Good day and good evening, and welcome to the Savage stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you just call me Kai. This time, we're going into Savage with the M1S, and as it stands right now, we have 7 players ready. We're a tank short, and we're waiting for our 1 melee player at this moment. So if there's anyone in the chat who's like, well, I could go for some Savage, who's not yet cleared, we would prefer to go 8 that haven't cleared yet. We have a spot. We are of course on Louis Soir Chaos on EU. But first I'll wait for our melee DPS who's coming in shortly. And then we'll see what we'll do. With that said, hey Ogni, hey Shaq, hey Ceres, hey Cat Damon, hey Giraheen, hey Kaziragoon, hey Aradel, hey Jacob, and hey Fubuki. Hope you're all doing very well. And hey Siren. Yep, Siren is our DPS who's coming in shortly. Phil says I have a couple of hours before raids, but my gear is pretty subpar. Are you saying you have a couple of hours before your own raid? How does that work? What's going on? Hey, Terrible. Thank you so much. I don't quite understand that one, Phil. And when you say subpar, how bad are we talking? Hey Matoro, hope you're doing well as well. I-702. Yeah, that's not amazing, but I think that could work, I guess. I don't think it's so tight that we would need it to be 710 exactly. But yeah, just to reiterate for anyone who just came in, we're still waiting for our melee DPS to come on down. And once we've done that, we're 1 tank short. So the question is whether we have anyone in the chat that would like to join, or if we have to use Party Finder. Those are our options. I don't have like a secret extra tank waiting in the wings, unfortunately. I even made sure that I had 2 roles I could fill just in case we just had too many DPS. If you'd prefer to have someone with better gear, that's fine too. Well, it's more a case of if there's anyone else that would also like to go, and they're like, well, I don't have my own raid in a few hours, then that might work better, but I would rather bring you, Phil, than I'd like to bring some rando from Party Finder. I think that would still work better. Does it make sense if we move somewhere else, or is it fine to just park at my house like this? Right. Now we have our crew. The part of the crew that we did have, at least. That's the unfortunate reality with Savage, is that because Extreme, you can just spam it as much as you like. You can just, you know, you can just join groups as you like, as you please. Whereas with Savage, for anyone who's new to that, just like on normal, there's a weekly lockout. But unlike normal, the way that the weekly lockout works is a little different. As I recall, the way that it works is for every 4 players that have not cleared yet, you get 1 box of loot, essentially. And players that have already cleared can't roll on anything, even if loot is like is coming. Like, it's not for you, but it also means that if you have like 7 players that have not gotten loot and then 1 who has, then you get only 1, and you have to share that loot between the 7 players. And you might think, well, that's a bit unfair. Maybe, but if players that have cleared like gave full gear like loot contribution to other players in the group, so that like if you were 8 but half of them has already cleared, so like only half the raid can even roll, then you could basically have situations where people would like clear with an alt, so that they can then like double up on loot. Like if you have statics, everyone has an alt, and then like they flip halfsies, so that mains get twice as much loot effectively. And by making it so that that doesn't work that way, like you can still do that, but you can do it you would be able to do it in an even more degenerate way if having cleared didn't like lock out loot. Hey Matthew and Lexi, Nina and Philippe, and A. Hope you're all doing well. And Sip. I'm not blind in the way that I've watched a guide. I watched a guide like 2 hours ago, and then like an extra time like half an hour ago. And we'll see how much of it stuck around, right? But now I have to ask, Phil, are you actually here or on the way? Well, it's not bad to run things blind, Nina, if like if the group you're doing it with are also blind, or at least know that you are. But when you say a couple of hours, how long do you mean, Phil? A couple of hours could mean 2 hours, could also mean 3. Could also mean 4. Depending on how many you think a couple is. There's an equal possibility that other people in the group have to go eventually. They just don't know it yet. Loading my enormous friends list. And so says, I would like to join, but my static wants to go for the clear on Monday, and I can't clear until then. That's an insanely mean way to do it. Wow. Nope. You can't clear on your own. As you know, we've plans to try on Monday. After we've tried on Monday, you can go for it until next reset, of course, which is Tuesday. Like, wow! Wow! Hopefully it's not like your first session. Three hours? Oh, you have somewhere to be in 90 minutes. Oh yeah, I know, Matsuro, it's just pretty funny because it's like, maybe it would have just been better to say, well, we can't raid this week. We'll do it next week. This week, we all figure it out ourselves or something like that. But that's, of course, your static and their choice. But in that case, it seems like we might have to go with Party Finder Unless there's anyone else who goes, well, I could tank. And yeah, I'm playing warrior. We found 4 DPS, but no tank, Lexi. Hmm. Yes, I do, Rifix. We are Luis Chaos EU, and we are at my house. Which is here, if you would like to join. Hey Brontom, hope you're doing well. And hey Poet, hope you're doing well as well. And the thing is, Poet, for players that are already used to Savage Raiding, it might, relatively speaking, not be that hard. But for players that are new to Savage Raiding, it might be a lot harder. I find it incredibly funny how I'm like, we need a tank. Someone goes, well, I could, but I don't have that much time, and it's my alt, it's not that well geared. Then when they finally go, actually, it's probably better you bring someone else, and I then ask again, then someone else goes, well, I could go. And then, as the person is logging in, someone in my group goes, maybe if like we had an extra DPS, then I could go tank. And I'm sitting here like... like, cards on the table, guys. I actually said we have 2 healers, a ranged and a mage, and I'm flexible because everyone else was like, okay, I'm going to gear this job and only this job. So everyone is one job except me. And then when it takes a little too long, then people suddenly start going, well, I mean, I could do something. But that's fair, Cat. It's just really funny timing. Why not set up the roles in Discord before? Actually, Bronto, 5 of the players in this group already knew they were going, and that's including me, knew they were going to be in the group before the stream started. But everyone else that have shown, like, express interest has been like, well, I mean, I've already cleared it, so... so we kind of had to wait. Oh, definitely, Jacob. But here's the kicker. If you haven't started yet, and you haven't like gone out of your way to like specifically go, well, I'm only playing this job, so I've grabbed exactly the best normal raid pieces to optimize this job, and it would be a shame if I switched to something else. Unless you've done that. Until you, like, get an I-730 drop from the raids or start splurging on tombstone gear, like, the only thing that's really a problem is relearning the fight. But yeah, once you start it, it's not a good idea to flex. But see, that's the thing. I haven't started yet. I'm pretty sure most everyone else in the group here has not started yet. Are you on the raid, Rifix? Nice night. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly, Poet. The part of the reason why we're not going blind is because, well, I'm not in a static. If I was in a static, then we could have figured out whether we went blind. But because we're not, it's like it would be too difficult, because it would be like some people in the group might have been like, well, I haven't watched a guide, but I watched the race. And things like that. And then it's not entirely blind anymore. What's your character name, Riffix? Big fan. And see, that's also part of the reason, Giraheen, because even if I had said, like, Monday, and been like, right, so we need 7 people, there's a reasonable chance that some people would have been like, oh, I'm not that good, so I'll let someone else go. And then we managed to get nowhere, right? As a result. What about watching a guide and doing it blindfolded instead? Now that's hardcore. Right, so I highly recommend that you have buff food. I'm not going to sit here and like police that you have like the best buff food, but it's a really good idea, even though you're like, well, we're not clearing. Yeah, but increases your HP significantly, so it would be a very, very good idea. Probably don't need like gem drafts and stuff like that. We're probably fine on that front. As we haven't seen Savage, or rather seen Harden Rage or something yet. So like we don't have to push it that hard yet. Oh right, cutscene again. And that's the trick, Yureen. You know how you get good enough at Savage Raiding? Step 1, start Savage Raiding. That's how you start. You'll never figure it out otherwise. And he says, I haven't seen Enrage either. Well, I mean, that's the point. If you haven't... Thank you, Jacob. But yeah, that's the point, and that goes both ways actually. With what with Matthew is saying is, well, if you haven't seen Harden Rage yet, then you don't need tinctures. Well, I haven't seen it yet, so and I've cleared it. Okay, well then you don't need tinctures. I'll just put up the markers from the guide. As exactly as I those are like really, really, really convenient lines on the floor. My brain keeps wanting to place the the numbers on the cardinals. Exactly, Ark. There are lines on the floor. Okay, so I'm kind of assuming everyone in the group can still hear me. So the first thing we should probably go over, is there anything that we need to talk about before we just jump into positions and such? Should I test the border again? Please don't. I can guarantee you that it works. I also have to ask, because this was the only macro that I could find. Looks insanely chaotic, doesn't it? I also don't think we'll do it like that. It says boss relative. Pretty sure I think... my opinion, I think True North is easier. Because then you don't have to turn anything. The first mechanic isn't a raid wide. Oh no. That's the real reason why they made it all very much easier. Is because they're like, well, how are people going to manage that? The first mechanic like mixes everything up because it isn't a raid wide. boss relative because boss is turning. Oh, I know why that is. What I'm saying is that I think true north is easier because if it's true north, then if you're told, well, your position is 4, like clock position 4, then that's of course in the default position when she's facing north, yeah? So if she's facing west, then your position is certainly on the 3 clock spot, and that's very confusing for some players. Not everyone. That's clock position G. Oh man. Let me just check this again. Right. That looks so chaotic. Will be fake melee. Does anyone else have a better way of explaining this? Because this is insanely confusing. There's a video, yeah, I know, but that doesn't help me translate the clock positions very well. How about this? Tanks have to be A and C, and main tank should probably be A, so that's me. From the guide, healers are usually B and D. Oh, sorry, Matthew. So that's just, like, I would guess healer 1 goes left and healer 2 goes right, so that light party 1 is left. Light party 2 is right. And then it's just about where the DPS go, and I'm pretty sure that melee DPS prefer to go 4 and 3 so that they have the bot side. And then ranged go 1 and 2, so they have the front side. A says, I think just pull and see what happens. Well, I think that we should talk about this first. Hey, Wither Witch at Melania. And yeah, exactly, Melania. That sounds about right. So it's just about figuring out saying this. Apparently, the party chat went completely quiet when someone had the idea of suggesting that someone has to be fake melee. So I will be A, Ein will be C. Someone now healers DPS, like choose something. Say a number. Healers, you have the choice between B and D. DPS, Carrix, you have the choice between 4 and 3, and everyone else has the remainder. Shaq goes D, so Shaq is in light party 1. Aradol says 2. Carrix says 4. Hey Hoshi, hope you're doing well. It's been a while. You can also always use the overhead markers to assign DP. I could, but now I asked. So, Naomi, Kat, which one of you chooses 1? Kat says 3? Well, that means Naomi is the fake DPS. Or fake melee. Fake DPS! Wow. I'm going to get strangled by all dancers. So, just to add to this, for the pairs, this of course means the colors match, right? So you see C and 3 are a pair, D and 4 are a pair, 1 and A are a pair, and 2 and B are a pair. I don't even care if it's smarter to do it a different way. We'll figure that out when it goes wrong. Let's start with that. That of course also means that the part of the groups that lean more to the left, which is the A and D squads, are light party 1, and they light party in the left side of the arena, and C and B squads light party on the right side of the arena. Let's start with that. Did I? Oh, there. That's where I put it. I'm going to need that. Like, I can also do a 1 second timer. That's better though, me. Go! Food check. Are you ready for us to wipe insanely fast?
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
I just remembered that we didn't actually talk about which order we do this in. Well, I mean... Do you want to see some mechanics? No, I know exactly how that mechanic works. But we forgot something when we were talking tactics. Did anyone hear me say, so which order do we deal with that particular mechanic in? Like, honestly, we didn't talk about it.
Shadow of my heart.
She cleaved right first, yeah? Yeah, by the way, she hits like a truck. Oh yeah, that's alright. Right. So how do we do this? DPS in first? Or supports in first? Does it matter? Is there a reason to do it in a specific way? That was amazing. Like, that was amazingly quick. Nexi suggests have support do it first so that DPS can do their openers easier. I think that's a very good point. So how about we say support does it first? So just to reiterate, those cones go on the 4 closest players. And the way she does it is she strikes the 4 closest players, then she strikes the 4 closest players, then she strikes the first position, like the first exact locations she struck, and then she strikes the second locations again. So, like, the reason why it matters is also partly because you kind of need to make sure that you know where and when it's cleaving where. And yeah, basically, we forgot to actually talk about the first mechanic, which is possibly I think that's possibly the funniest way I've wiped in a Savage or Extreme. Naomi, what do you mean by same baits? Like, the thing is, these clock positions we just talked about are for this, among other things. It's for exactly this. So you go, like, when I pull the boss into the center, and you go to your clock spot. And that's true. We could just have all of the cleaves happen on the cardinals, for example. Is that easier? Jacob says I would avoid same baits as beginners. I mean, we can do it. We can absolutely do it. Like, I mean, if you've practiced not same baits for a long time, then it's probably easier to do that, simply because that's what you're used to. And yeah, it doesn't hurt to try. We haven't practiced either one. So, the way I suggest we do that is as we go support bait first, then DPS, if you move clockwise, so like you go to the spot with your color, like your matching color, like to your partner essentially, to bait yours, and then we just go to the intercardinals and we're good for both cleaves. Does everyone understand that? Jack says no. Let's hear it, Jack. What's up? Yeah, so basically, the way this is going to go, just the first, like, 30 seconds of the fight, is I pull the boss, I pull it to the center, to the best of my ability, right? She will use that, cone cleaving attack. The way that works is that it sends cones out to the 4 closest players. So supports, which means tanks and healers, you don't run to your clock, like to your marker. You just like you align with your clock position, and then you get real close and personal with Black Cat. Then when she cleaves you, you move to basically any intercardinal, and then all the DPS have to go in to their partner's positional, or position, clock position. So basically swap with someone. You don't have to, but you have to move out of the way, and the DPS have to move in. Then they cleave, and then everyone just goes to intercardinals, because it'll just cleave again on the cardinals. Does that make sense? And yeah, that means, Shaq, that you go to, like, you look at D, and then you like go, how close can I get while still pointing the cone at D? Yeah, sorry everyone. If sometimes we have, it can take a little bit before you get started. I think that's a good thing. That's the scariest thing about proccing in Party Finder, is there's someone that's really impatient and then you don't get to understand what you need to understand. But here we have the time. Yeah, exactly, Lexi. Like, you don't have to be all the way up in her business. You just have to make sure that you're closer than everyone else. Which is usually done by having the betas inside the targeting reticle.
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
I will invuln that. I'm perfectly aware that failing that so early is basically a death sentence, but it might help to see a little bit more of the fight.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
But yeah, the instant that she does her first cleave, you have to move. Everyone has to move. Like, to your new dance spots.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
I think it's like here. Am I completely an idiot again?
Try this.
Right, I don't know why I took that. Right, so what killed it? Wow. For a second there, I thought it was just going to let me have that weakness debuff. What killed us there was that she did pairs. Which means that basically, as that mechanic was resolving, we had to run to our pairs. Like, I mean, we can pretty much do those on the number spots. And that, of course, means you need to know where your partner is. Everyone remembers who their partner... Like, I mean, if we just go to the number spots... I don't know if we have time for that. Can we actually make that after the double cleaves? Support goes counterclockwise to the color pair. Okay, that was basically what I was getting at. You stack with your partner on the number spots, which is exactly the same as support goes counterclockwise. Because that means all the DPS go to their clock positions and the supports just have to find their... Like, they just have to go to the other color position. Now, the thing is, she can... As I recall, it's either that or light parties, isn't it? So you can't just blindly go for your clock spots. You might have to go to D, like towards D and B instead. Lexi says, to be honest, once you get the baiting down, that's basically 1/3 of all the mechanics. Right. So, good news, everyone. Once we figured out the first mechanic, we've beaten 1/3 of the fight. Hypothetically. Yeah, double swipe is parties, yes. Right, so just to reiterate, and yeah, I'm sorry, it's not like I'm not reiterating this to like be targeting anyone. It's just that's the thing that went wrong. When she does the many cones, the instant that the first cone happens, you have to move to where you're supposed to be. Now, like that's it, really. Like, that, of course, means that healers might have to deal with the extreme, like, fear of having half the raid at low HP and just not do as much about it. But you have to move immediately. And essentially, if we make sure the ones that are, like, baiting are inside the target, like the hitbox, and those that are not baiting are outside it, that's usually, like, that's good enough. Not really, but I've tried it a few times.
First opponent, Blackjack. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Oh right, I'm an idiot. Well, no one died this time. Nailed it. It's okay, it's just a damage down.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
I believe it's like this. Also, she hits insanely hard with the auto attacks.
Try this.
Well.
Your mincemeat.
Yep. Light parties. Yeah, exactly, Phil. That is actually a really interesting detail. So, yeah, exactly, Ardell. It comes extremely fast. You pretty much have to the instant that the second, the second half, double half room cleaves, I guess, happen, you have to run. But I'm just saying, it happens really fast. But if you're ready, you can do it. Like, I used Primal Rend and was like, wait a minute, I need to be over there. While I was like stuck mid-animation and couldn't run while over here. I sprinted and made it over. So, like, if you're looking at the boss, looking at the cast bar, as the second cleave happens, you have time. You can make it. Now, the thing that happened immediately afterwards is that she did more of the cones. So, same thing again. Like, the first mechanic again. So, like, right after that, we needed to all be up again and baiting and everything. Baiting in the same order, in the same way, preferably, so that we can, like, do it consistently. So, that's not a loop, by the way, because it adds something more to it, where she, like, shuffles to the left. But, yeah. So that means, like, light parties or pairs, and then sort of, like, figure out where's your clock spot again, and then look at where she's shuffling to, because she's going to shuffle left or right, and you have to, like, move your position accordingly. And it's also something we have to remember for a future mechanic. That wasn't very far back.
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Hey, not busy. Hope you're doing well. Nazik. Hope you're doing well. Well, it's also Stravi and Jonathan. We have a lot of people coming in. Well.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
She's hitting hard enough that the sound my character makes when she gets smacked by a really big hit is happening from her from the auto attacks.
Try this.
Pass, and I wasn't far enough to the side. Uh-oh.
Your mincemeat.
Like, we were down people, but I feel like we kind of nailed it. Why does Erenville remind you of me? Not busy. Just have to get used to pop blood. Yeah, it's still crazy. And also that, Philippe, that's actually really wild. That's a lot of people. Same voice? Really? What? Are you telling me all this time I was trying so hard to, like, imitate Erenville's voice, and now you're telling me that I just had to be myself? Like, for all the cutscenes, I was, like, trying to match his accent to the best of my ability, like, try to match a voice for him. Now you're telling me that I had his voice. Well... You sound Nordic, you have to have been Erenville. Yeah, exactly, we're doing pairs on the number positions. Supports go one step counterclockwise. Okay, well that explains that, because Ein was exactly where they needed to be according to how they understood it. But now we'll get it. Next we'll get to the Zephyr bunny ears. It's fine. It's fine. We know now, right? So just reiterating to make sure if there's anyone else who's uncertain. For pairs, we go to 1, 2, 3, 4. You just go to the color that matches yours if you're a support or a tank. For light parties, we go to, like, ish, D and B, right? And it's, of course, the red and purples go to D. The blue and yellows go to B.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
That's just a coincidence, Bussy. I was going to play Viper, but we had lack of tanks, not lack of DPS.
My soul, I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Left first is safe. What am I talking about? Right will be safe. Right will be safe first. I'm being an idiot again.
Shadow of my heart.
I said exactly the opposite of what was right.
Try this.
Pairs. It looked like Shaq just didn't make it.
Your mincemeat.
It's okay. We're still learning. Wait, that was pairs again? Right? Was that pairs again? Looked like it was pairs again. It was pairs again, okay. I couldn't remember if it was, it's straight up copies it. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Lizard. It straight up copies it. Line proc? No, we watched a guide, but we're from the start. And as you can hear, and based on the mistakes that I'm making, my memory of that guide is basically like flew in one ear and out the other. You just... I also did this when we did Extreme Prog. If you... if I don't have anything to discuss, I'll probably just do a ready check and then we go. If you have something to discuss, you just have to click no.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat.
Black
Can
Cat.
they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Oh, whoops. I almost do it every single time. Oof. Oof.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has...
Now left is safe first.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
We did it!
Your mincemeat.
Oh. Well. I don't know how we survived all that. But I'm pretty sure there was a light party stack that was not being dealt with.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Nice! That's another one of those where it's amazing how simple it is when it really comes to it.
They're still in it, but for how long?
I know, right?
They're back on their feet. What grit? Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Right, that was the one where you got knocked up. Ah, that would have been amazing. Could you imagine if I'd made it? What's it? It's based on... Elsip says, left hand is the uppercut, right hand is slam. You're looking for what the clone is doing. For the uppercut slam, it's the clone that's doing it. In this time, it seems like the boss is mainly just beating the ever-living daylights out of Mei. Jacob says hand down means uppercut, hand up means slam. So, we have a lot of ways to see it. Also, just bonus detail for those that don't know. Apparently, on the Savage version, the direction that she uppercuts you is the direction you happen to be looking. Not, like, backwards from her position to you. So that's also something to keep in mind, that you have to make sure you're looking in the correct direction. Idle now also says if she's standing, it's same tile, or kneeling, it's one tile back from the the tile you one tile forward from where you're looking. Like there's a lot of signs. It's also important that when she when the clone smacks you, it does basically a Cardinals AoE. So you don't want to be you want to be not in line with the person who's getting smacked. Is there anything else we need to talk about? I think there's one thing. The second time we have the cone baits. The second time we have the cone baits. I believe it is after the second bait. So basically, the second time she, like, we have to do the bait, you know, where she, like, she slides to the side and does it. For the third and fourth cleave, like, where she's re-cleaving, so to speak, we have to do the pairs or light parties that we just did. It's all 4 cones and then pairs and parties. That's fair. Now, yeah, that's true. Now I remember. There's just enough time that you can make it to your light party after the 4th cone. Maybe that's a little too early. Does that make sense? Want to 15-second mitigation lasts through the pan stack and raid right after? Huh. That might be an idea. Just put down a reprisal and stuff as the 4th cone comes out. Oh, does that clear things up, Shaq? Are you good? I say, hey, Bomber. Hope you're doing well. Imagine for a second if the music sucked. How much worse it would be to be stuck progging on a fight like this for ages. You have music on? Of course I do.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
You know I do. Do you not have the stream open, Sip?
Challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Oof. Oof. M2S is really one that splits the waters, isn't it?
Soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Right is safe first. Hey, Ted. Hope you're doing well.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Oh my, oh me, oh my, you hit hard. I always forget how hard you hit. Wow.
Try this.
Pairs? Pairs of healers. Dead. No, it's not happening. How's prog going? We're progging. Imagine if the music sucks, you mean P1S to P3S? Was it that bad? I mean, it wasn't exactly the most exciting. Yeah, tanks be like, yeah, I got a pair. 2 greens!
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Left first.
has nine.
Safe.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Wow.
Try this.
Pass. Oh, that was just not enough HP, it looks like. Ah,
Your mincemeat.
that's even worse because if that's the problem, then like I could have done something. Ugh. What's the consensus on M3S? People have a hard time getting there? Wow. I'll say, Fluffy, hope you're doing well. See, an easy way to find the safe pizza slices. If right side is safe, then stand next to cardinal clone. If left side is safe, then stand next to intercardinal clone. I guess that is also a way to remember it. I think that might just confuse me more. Hey, Emily, hope you're doing well. We're working on it. We're still having a little bit of difficulties with a few things to get rolling. On the bright side, it seems like some of the most important, like most repeated mechanics are mechanics that are taught right at the start.
I hope you're ready to
Like,
be
that's
ripped
good
to
at least.
shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Whoops. I don't know why I feel compelled to go over there every time. I think it's just me going, well, I'm a tank. I have to stand in front of the boss, right? Ow. Babbage.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
A right
this cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Bruh, 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 bruh.
Try this.
Pass. Well,
Your mincemeat.
that seems to really be the one we're having trouble with right now. Is getting past the half-room cleaves there. Without anyone dying to the pairs or light parties that follow. You didn't need those guys, right? Well, I mean, if only there wasn't effectively a body check right after, right? Yeah, I don't know what to have to tell you there, Sip. It's better to just assume you have to move every time, I think.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat.
A black cat?
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Whoops. It's okay, it's just my toes. They can take it.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
Left
this cat
first?
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
You have to invuln the Buster? No, you could do a tank swap. We're just doing it like this for now, at least.
Try this.
I guess that worked. My partner was nowhere to be seen, but somehow it worked. Uh-oh. Right then. We're just hanging here now.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
My ring! My ring!
Stay with us while we repair the ring.
I'm guessing I'm going here. Oh, right. Down means up, and up means down.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
There are multiple biscuits. Yeah. But it, like, the thing is, we can invuln the first one, at the very least. This is, says, where's me? I thought they wanted to join. It seemed like they didn't, to me. Shaq says on the second bait, is it healers first again or DPS? It should be healers and tanks first, or supports first and then DPS. To keep it consistent. Is there a problem with that, Shaq? Like, is it causing problems? Or did something get messed up? Does the same trick work on Savage as normal, for which platform will end up breaking? Thank you, Idle now. I guess I should say have a good evening. I don't know what you mean by that trick, Nox. Basically, when she knocks you upwards, she will knock on Savage. She'll knock you in the direction you're looking on Savage. But if she knocks you downwards, well, then she's smashing you straight into the floor. But yeah, based on our strategy, it's support bait first, then DPS. There will be a point later in the fight where spread markers dictate who baits first. And we'll just have to, like, deal with that when it happens.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Whoops.
has
Right
nine.
first.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Pass. It is rough. Get hit by one of the cleaves and then you just die because the dot. Uh-oh. Angel. Nope, you're doing well. And Cyanide, I'm sure you'll hit that again. I regularly crit over 110k with Ouroboros. Crit direct hit, notably, but still. I didn't need that guy. That's true for Bookie. If you know exactly how to position yourself, you can get tossed from one corner of a square like this, all the way over to the other side of the same square. Cat says 1 second. Cat says, I feel like I'm not getting partnered with after second cleave. Who? Where's your spot, Cat? You're 3, right? Okay, I believe your partner for those is Ein. What exactly is what seems to be the problem? Like like I didn't see. Is it something that's happening, or is it just a case of, well, Ein was dead or something like that? And now we're instead waiting for Zip. It's based on boss position second, right? Yes, when the second time she does the cones, just to be clear, the second time she does the cones, if she moves over here, then it doesn't mean that me and Naomi are still on 1 because our 1 is there. Then it means we're over here because the boss is on D. I don't know if that's what's going wrong. If that is going wrong. If she slides to the left, then, like, you have to imagine that your marker slides to the left with her. And if she slides to the right, then your marker slides to the right with her. You just have to keep that in mind. I'm just explaining it in case there's anyone who's confused about that. I don't know. Like, that particular cleave, I feel like... Cat says I feel like I'm not getting partnered with anyone, but in the past, like, 20 minutes, I feel like we've gotten to that part with usually 2+ players dead. So there's a realistic possibility that the reason is that Cat's partner is dead. Remember, she's not facing north like usual then. That's also true, but, like, we're going true north. So, like, I don't even care whether she's facing in an awkward direction.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks!
Left
This
first.
cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
That was just barely enough. Remember, if it's light parties, we're like a little bit more in the center usually. That worked. That was light parties. What was Sip doing over on our side?
More Grendel.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
I'm pretty sure it only hit here once.
My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
I don't know if I should taunt. That means up. So like this.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Oh, whoops. I should have been standing there, I guess. Ah!
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
To the southeast. I mean, I don't care where you said you were supposed to go. You were in northwest. Like, you were standing on 2. You like so for the light parties, light party 1 goes left, light party 2 goes right, of course. When the light parties come with the cones, you have like a second or so to like clump up right after the last cone. Right after the last cone. So like it doesn't matter whether you are on the northeast or southeast or like northwest or southwest side, as long as you like quickly clump up in the middle between that right after. I guess. Like alternatively we also just go to the healer. It seems like it cleaved on the healer. But we do have to kind of like make our way over to our sides. Superkey says I focus target my partner for this so I can adjust it slightly out of position. That's also something you can do. Like that's also a solution. Definitely.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Oh, whoops. Oh, didn't make it. Big oofs. Ah, yes. Solid 2 million damage. Easy.
My life 9, my soul I split.
Look at I first,
Left
because
first?
this cat has 9.
It calls them. It does.
Shadow of my heart.
I must have it. The Don's hat. It must go on me.
Try this.
Pairs.
Your mincemeat.
We did it! You did it, Goku! Oh, whoops, you already did reprisal. Sorry.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
The ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Now the rest of the owl, yeah. And that's an up. Duh. And that's an up.
The challenger's fallen out of the ring.
That's a down. That's also a down.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Yeah, I needed that other tank for this.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Just as I see my co-tank just
Is it over already?
fall down into the nothingness, the boss like goes, right, so tank buster time. You have your invuln, yeah? No? Well, right, so the smackdowns there really got us good. Just to clarify in case anyone needs it, when the clone smacks someone, it doesn't matter whether they got knocked up or down. Doesn't matter. When the person gets smacked, like let's say I'm standing on this platform here and I get smacked. Doesn't matter whether I get shot this way or I just get like bonked right into the floor. All the platforms in this direction and all the platforms in this direction, you basically get yeeted. You're dead also if you're on those platforms. If the player who's getting smacked is getting smacked upwards, there's a chance they can be a little lenient with where they like get smacked from. But ultimately, if you're situated on a healthy spot, then that's one of the potential targets that the person getting smacked will have to aim at. If they're getting smacked down, again, if you're situated on a healthy spot, then there's a chance that Captain Smackdown is just gonna come over and go, this is mine now, you're getting evicted. And you just have to move, because you have a wider array of platforms you can stand on than the person who's getting smacked. Like, they just have to deal with it. Of course, it helps if we, like, for example, like, make our way down through the platforms instead of just, like, choosing all willy-nilly, but that's the idea. You have to keep a close eye on the person getting smacked so you're not on the same angle as them. You don't have an invuln, shouldn't have been cheesing. Well, I mean, it helps a lot to make it a lot easier in the start. We can figure out if we need to do it differently later. But that does mean that at that point, we either have to do the tank buster correctly, or Ein will have to take over and, like, invuln that one. Did you know that Caetsu is the original biscuit maker? Oh yeah, the April Fool's video where I made coffee biscuits. Jacob says, make sure to get your intended spot you're gonna take the clone. Your party have to adjust to where you stand, be quick for their sake, and that's also true. When the smackdowns are coming, like, the reason why everyone just has to, like, evict to make space for the one getting smacked is mainly because, well, they don't have very many options, but they also have to, like, prioritize that. Biscuit Maker needs a lot of mid if you don't invuln it. I mean, my point was, Fubaki, that we would have to tank switch it. It doesn't actually hurt that bad if you don't invuln it from what I saw. I mean, like, Cat, I don't think there should be need to, like, demand that people deal with the smack in a very specific way. The thing that I do think is important is that it is like that whatever you do choose to do, you do it quickly. Because everyone else kind of have to like adjust to where you're starting the smack. But there is indeed a trick to make it so that it doesn't really matter. Because, like, what kind of smack she's doing.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Oh, that's the reason why I thought it didn't hurt that much. It's because despite me using invulns, it looks like I get every single defensive cooldown on the planet.
From my lives 9,
That explains.
my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this
Right
cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Like parties. Nice.
You're mincemeat.
Light parties. Wait. Hmm. It's fine. I should have not called that so quickly. Wasn't exactly helping.
Claws Rendell.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Going up. It's going up.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out.
Uh-oh. That was not smart of me. I saw my co-tank dying. Wait a minute, I immuned the knockback, apparently. Oh. I can't tank switch right now. Ooh. That's some strong knockbacks.
From my lives 9, my
Well, we
soul
finally got
I
further.
split.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
Right. We don't have enough people for this. She really takes a while to just like really take in her results there. Well, right. So we got to see a lot more mechanics there. So I just want to to reiterate that when you get like, so in the well, let's just say Captain Smackdown mechanic, yeah, you get smacked up or down. When you get marked, you look at the clone. If she's kneeling down, she's going to smack you up. If she's standing up, she's going to smack you down. If you get smacked down, then you have to already be standing on a safe spot. If she's going to smack you up, then you need to be facing such that you're looking at a safe spot. If you are standing on a safe spot, like if you're like, I don't know how perfect it has to be, but if you place yourself like something like this, you will actually land on the same spot. But you have to decide that pretty quickly. Like, I don't know what it will take to make sure you do that. Like, stop attacking for all I care and focus on that. And find your spot. And move. And the reason why you have to move now is because once you've decided where you're going to start the smack from, everyone else has to move out of the way, because you're going to kill everyone who's like on a platform that is horizontal or vertical to yours, like this, like on any cardinal position square. So like you don't have to go and go, well, they're all already there, so I'll do something about that. You have to make sure that wherever you land, like where you end up, is going to be a square that survives, so that you survive. Then we'll figure it out. But if you take 90% of the cast to figure that out, then we can't do that. Then the clone disappears as your cue to stop any action. That too, but if it takes all your concentration to figure out where you need to look, then, like, do that. Like, I'm just saying, I've heard stories of black mages that, like, for some tries, don't attack at all, like, in a boss fight. Like, while practicing. Like, just 100% mechanical try. It's not optimal, necessarily, obviously. Sometimes that's what it takes. Sip? I'll just take over now so we don't confuse everything.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
right first.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
I just, like, I'm not trying to throw blame at anyone. All I saw was that, oh, partners. All I saw was that Sip was just standing there. That was what I saw.
Your mincemeat.
Oh boy. Oh, that reprisal I put there was just in time. Indeed. Something we got, a tip we got earlier.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
I suppose that works. Not quite.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring. Back on their feet. What grit?
Lots of damage. Oh, I had my invuln this time. Ow. Ow. I don't have any heals though. We got further! It didn't do that much damage though.
Life nine. My soul I split.
Beautifully dodged.
Oh, that's facing the same way. That is actually very convenient.
Your mincemeat.
True north. Oh no. I had a feeling. It's going to be impossible to do that one. Uh-oh. Yeah, we should reset after this. I'll just jump. It's fine. I had forgotten that there was the potential for line stacks in our future in that moment. Let's hop out. Just waiting for everyone to come out real quick. Right, just take a few minute break, and then when we're all back, we go in again. So, I'll be right back. Meantime, sanity restored. Alright. I'm back. Thank you, Jacob. And good luck with yours. Melania says, focus on mechanics with minimal DPS. I was doing this raid as Black Mage. For some runs, I would only do the most basic rotation I could do. So I could focus on learning. And also Tay says the same, that people on JP when progging often drop uptime completely. Yeah, exactly. I guess part of the reason why you might not want to do that, like in Party Finder, is because there's going to be someone is going to be like, why is Bob not attacking? You know what I mean, right? Like, why is he not doing anything? It's like he's learning the mechanics. We haven't seen in Rage yet. And then he leaves. Just don't do Party Finder. Ah, yes. That works for some people. Just don't. Imagine having a static, yeah. That's the thing. Part of the reason why it is so effective to have a static is because when you're doing it in Party Finder, the problem is that when you're progging that way, you might have to teach 30 people how to deal with a specific mechanic, or watch 30 people learn a specific mechanic, despite you having learned it. Whereas with Party Finder, like with a static, At most, you have to watch yourself and 7 others do it. Melanie says I did all my prog in Party Finder, but I'm Black Mage. It's expected for me to not attack. Black Mage privilege, aren't blamed for your own deaths, and no one expects you to DPS. That does sound kinda nice, doesn't it? Don't you all want to be Black Mage now? Exactly, Ceres. You can have a really good group and like get really far really quickly. Then your next group just does not work. Green says this feels kind of static adjacent in a way still compared to just pure Party Finder. Absolutely. Like the thing is, that next time we go might not be the same group. If you need repairs, Shaq, you can just request me. Oh, you already got it? Never mind. Food check. Woohoo! But that's definitely also a thing, Yureen. That's also part of the reason why I would much rather bring a person from chat than go into Party Finder, because what could have happened is we were a little too slow on picking up a specific mechanic for the random person from Party Finder, and then they leave, and then we have to bring another person in and like go over the tactics with them. Whereas here, just the fact that we have the same group all the way means that we already save time just from that.
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Right, save
has
first.
died.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
It's a
Try this.
light parties. And remember, it'll be light parties in a bit again.
Your mincemeat.
I should have used Reprisal for that.
Walls rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
Nice. Very good.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a smackdown. It's a smack up.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Right. I had a bit of trouble with aiming myself because it's like, well, the spot I need to stand on hasn't repaired yet.
Oh my, the challenger went down hard.
Yeah, exactly, Angel. That was actually exactly what was wrong.
For my life 9, my soul I split.
Well, my taunt isn't ready.
A vicious blow. Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Your mincemeat.
You can now AoE to gain enmity back. That's not... It's not that strong. It's not like the increased enmity isn't that strong. Should be enough to rip it back from a healer. Not after that long. As far as I could see on a quick test, it's approximately like ×2. Like it's just double enmity. So it's like 220 potency enmity. But yeah, I guess reiterating, if she's kneeling down, then she's smacking you up. If she's standing up, she's smacking you down. Which they said how much enmity it has on the two. That would be incredibly handy, wouldn't it?
You're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat.
Black Cat.
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Not really, as you can see. It just does like 10 times more damage with the debuff, no big deal. But it seems to do like 200k.
9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Left is safe first.
fine.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Partners.
Your mincemeat.
Yeah, this isn't going to work. When was the second set? That was really weird, that. That was probably for the best. It's okay. We keep going.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against her feline ferocity?
Biscuit maker.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this
Right
cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Nine lives.
Try this.
Light parties. Well done. Remember, it'll be light parties again. I have to say, that hits really fast for you can make it.
Yours, Rendell.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Vipers use dexterity tinctures. They actually use gem drafts now is what they're called.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
But yeah, dexterity. Because there's dexterity on their gear. Smack down. Smack down. Smack up. Zuh. I'm going to die. I don't have any more. Don't know if I should use a coon. That's a smack up, by the way.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Hey, Danjo. And Johnny, hope you're doing well.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
Oh boy. It's very confusing after having gone down. Ow. Left? Right? Just want to see if I guessed correctly. Can you let me live that long? Wait, I looked at the wrong one. That's out first. Good luck! Blarg, dead. It's true north, so we don't care how she's facing. You just have, like, you just look at your marker. Like, where's your clock position? That's where it's going to be. We don't care, like, the only thing that matters for her facing is keep in mind that in that part where she copies what she did to one of the shades, if she if she slides to the left, it means that whatever direction the shade is facing, it slides to the left. So even though she was like standing there and sliding down there, the shade was there and pointing that way, so it's going to slide that way. Like that's ultimately what we need. I'm just gonna do another one. But yeah, it's going to be always true north. And the main reason that you wouldn't want to do true north, I believe, is for melee positionals, and we have a Reaper. They can probably use actual true north to overcome that.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Left
has
first?
nine.
I shouldn't have used ramp up, yeah? Should have waited.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this. Your mincemeat.
Ah! Well, that, we almost had it there. Are you winning? I don't know, BSR.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a smackdown. That's a smackdown. That's a smack up. That's also a smack up.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Yeah, I see the problem. I know why there is a problem, at least.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Out is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
Conveniently, they both will slide the same direction. That one is out first. And also this. Nope, 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 that doesn't work. Nope. Someone try stacking him. No, no, no. One of the stacks wanted to go on the inside, which is when the cleave happens. Erdil says, what did you mean by, you know what the problem is now? So when we get the super knockback, like when we get smacked really far, the way it is normally, like the way the spread markers are normally fixed, like just automatically, quote unquote, is that the ranged and the casters and the healers like hold back. Like Light Party 1 aims for the left side or something like that, and Light Party 2 aims at the right side. The melees and the tanks rush forward, and the ranged and the healers like hold back a bit because they don't need to. Well, one of the light parties has 2 ranged, and they both died. That's why I meant by, I know what the problem is. The fake melee has to fake their interest in rushing forward. Like, they have to fake it and rush forward with the tank as if it matters, even though it doesn't. Sip says I was under the impression that main tank wanted north, so I scooted south. So what happened with the line stacks was that the half-room cleaves was going to slide over here, and then cleave this side, and then this side. And my light party was standing here. That's why I said, nope, that's not going to work. And kind of hesitated, was because I knew that everyone there was going to die. I guess the plan there is to try and make it so that Light Party 1 is on the northern side and Light Party 2 is on the southern side, as Sip suggested. Or is there a better way to do it than that? Derek says, I mean, I also didn't rush in and my side was fine. I mean, when I mean rush in, I mean at least you're you're a melee, so you're probably like confidently strolling forward, whereas the red mage is not, and the sage is well, the white mage is not. So you know, like that's what I mean. That kind of logic. Foxblade says, can someone who's actually done this tell me if they can leap in different directions? Yeah, I believe so. I would assume they can, but as you also observed, I'm sure, seems like they really like to do it the same way, but technically it's a 50% chance, right? But yeah, are we good on that? Is it all, like, I can't remember. Is it always a line stack that goes with that half-room cleave? Because I feel like it can be something else, and I just don't remember what it is. Classic Final Fantasy 14, 15. Yeah, that's true. They'll do the same direction 300 times. The one time you're not paying close enough attention, and you're like, well, it's usually the same direction. It's not. Maybe the red mage could also do that. Well, the thing is, Danjo, I'm pretty sure that the red mage isn't is actually on the. Actually, I don't know. It's not that important. The point that I was trying to make was that the reason why there was a problem on our side specifically was that we had two range jobs who both were like, well, I don't need to run forward. My guess. I'm sure we can resolve it naturally. Right, it's lines with the 1-2, and it's spread markers with the crossing. Is that right? Is that always the case? Yeah, that seems like that's what Danjo's saying too. I think the reason why I'm getting that confused is because I'm thinking further ahead, where like the second time there's the Captain Smackdown stuff, there will be like roll stack cones or a line stack, but I believe that's one line stack. You can also pre-position the boss where the shadows are going to land. That's true. But generally speaking, she's like, as you've seen here, like the few times we've gotten to that bit, she's like gone slide to the right. Put it on the one who's going to face north and slide to the right. So, like, I haven't had to move her. Like, she's just kind of been ready for it. Like, that's the reason. But it makes sense to do that. Like, I could probably... I don't know if I can actually drag her further out so that we can be on opposite sides for that cleave. I guess we can. I'll try it. I'll try it next time. I'll try it rather than we go north and south and make it all confusing. I'll try that. So, hey Levi and Hakurai, hope you're doing well. But hey, we got her past 50%. So I would say that's prog. Big frog prog.
I hope you're ready
On
to
the
be
cat.
ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Biscuit maker. Boom. And boom. She's just kicking me. I don't like that. Why is Biscuit Maker a kick? It looked like a kick. Why is Biscuit Maker a kick?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
It should have been a punch.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has none.
Right first. I'll say, Kaiden. Hope you're doing well.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Can I make biscuits with all fours? Yeah, but she's wearing boots. So she's not. I'm pretty sure.
Try this.
Night parties? Remember light parties for a bit?
Your mincemeat.
I keep forgetting to use reprisal there. I'm so incredibly concentrated on just making sure I make it to the stack. And then right after the hit, I look at my party list. I'm like, wow, that did a lot of damage. Imagine if someone had used reprisal for that. That would have been nice.
These walls rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Murring! Murring, murring. Also, hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. Smackdown? Smackdown? I believe it'll be double smack up. That's smack up, yes. That's also smack up. Look where you want to go.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Someone said to do that. I was like, that's way better. Why didn't I do that earlier? I was being careful, like, just dash in.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Let's see, in is first.
Beautifully dodged.
But that is going to be reversed.
Your mincemeat.
Are they not the same? Come on down. Something like this? Does that work? I feel like that's not quite far enough. Like this? Is that the cleaves first? I sure hope it is. I guess this... It's perfect! Perfect, I guess. We nailed it. Sort of. Oh dear. DPS first. Oh boy. You know what? I feel like that went pretty well. I should have moved the boss closer to that. Also true, Ein. Prog. We got further. Absolutely. I think the thing that got a lot of people confused there, I'm guessing, and including me, like, I realized way too late. Wait a minute. Those cleaves are going to originate from the clone, not the boss. So what I should have done is just move the boss over to where I was expecting the clone to be. But yeah, that there is when it gets really hectic, because like we have our cardinal positions, like we're only doing cardinal positions, which means that you have to be like the moment that cat, like that clone wakes up, you have to be like 1,000,000% focused on, do you have the spread marker? Because if you do, then it doesn't matter what order we've done before. It's the other group first. And that's particularly important because right here we had like multiple things going really poorly for us because we always do support first. Not that time. The origin position was weird because it was on the clone and not the boss. And some people were just not ready for it, I think. Gleaming says, how does one decide they're ready to Savage Raid? The way I would say is, have you beaten the current extreme? And are you, like, hungry for more? That's it. Now you go. Now you go and do it. If you want to be geared for it, like, prepared in that sense, 710 should be enough. Like, less than that should be enough. But 710, then you should be, like, you're fine. That's it. And then you go for it. The only way to become a Savage Raider is to start. And that's also a thing, Melania. It's more that some people have never Savage Raided before, so they don't know where the starting point is. If you've done Savage Raiding before, or done extremes before, or you're confident, that's also a way to know that you're ready. But some people would like to have a clear starting point. And a clear starting point is, well, I've done what's like the only thing that is supposed to be easier than this, and I want more. Is there anything... So what I will try to do is, as soon as we know where the, like, slides are going to be, I will try to move the boss according to that. And that also means that once we know that the cones are coming, I will probably try to move the boss to there. But it is important to remember that it's going to be cones from the clone, not the boss. But yeah, absolutely, I'm not saying that you need 710. As I said, you don't need it. You don't need to have beaten the current extreme. But if you want a, like, a safe point where you can say, I've done my homework, then I would say, do the current extremes, have like 710, then you can't really do much more than that.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
It looked really funny. Because I got healed at the same second that I got set back down to 1 HP. It looked like the mega tank busted its 0.
My life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this
Left
cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Right parties. Nice. Whoa.
Your mincemeat.
Light parties in a bit, remember?
These claws render.
Mouser.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
It's extra scary when you're not sure if it hit the 3 twice. Like, well, I hope everyone else saw.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a smackdown. No, me. Bye. That's a smackdown.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
The remaining will be smack ups.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
That's another smack up. She really hates you. No, me. I guess you got hit incidentally. Woo! Positioning. Let's see there.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In first, and then out.
Beautifully judged.
Oh, nice.
Your mincemeat.
Ah, right. I didn't move out. I didn't move out far enough. I'm pretty sure that that means that they're going to be opposite sides. Come. Something like this, I think. Oh, I don't care. I just want my stack. Run! I should have placed that way better. I was given options and I used them all wrong. I'm reasonably sure that doesn't she slide this way? I mean, we're all dead anyway. Debates north. Yeah, I think that's ultimately what we'll have to do, right? We've tried it a few times and it should have been obvious. Honestly, in retrospect, it should have been obvious, but that was me trying to be smart. Because the line stacks are happening on top of like cleave like that, the best we can do is pretty much like situate Black Cat sort of in line with the clone, obviously, and then Light Party A goes north, and Light Party 1 goes north, and then Light Party 2 goes south. So that means the team that normally goes towards D goes towards north, so A direction instead, and the team that normally goes towards B goes like towards C instead. For that specific line stack. You don't go all the way, because there's of course a half-room cleave happening at that very moment, right? But aside from that, everyone in on that? How can you tell where the second cat will go? So the way that this mechanic works is that first she does the 1-2 paw, and it'll slide, like she will slide left or right. Then she copies that to the first clone. That clone will remember that it'll slide right or left, and it'll be facing some direction. Like it'll either be on the south side facing north or the north side facing south. And it will slide to the right or the left based on its facing. So if she's sliding right facing north and the clone is facing south, it will slide to its right, which will be left relative to the boss facing north. The second clone does the same thing. It'll be facing north or south. She will slide to the left or right. She will slide to the left or right, and then she'll do her cone AoEs. The clone will remember whether she slid left or right. Notably, she's sliding north or south. The clone is sliding west or east because of the way it's facing. So you basically just have to remember that, because she does the half-room cleaves and then the cones, and then she, like, does the follow-ups. But as you can see, they don't have to be agreeing on that. Sorry, I took too long before I did an actual pull timer, so I'm doing another ready check. It would be really unfair. You just go ready, and then like 3 minutes of speech, and then like, right, well, you all said you were ready, right?
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against her feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
I split.
Look alive, folks,
A
because
right
this
first.
cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Light party stacks. Nice. Wow.
Your
Wow.
mate.
Remember, it'll be light party stacks. Well. You got this, Naomi. Telltale voice. Clone will remember that. This isn't like general advice. It was just specifically for my partner Naomi that I've noticed that it might actually be a really good idea to scoot. Yeah, you said the same thing. You just as I was about to say it. It might actually be a good idea to like scoot over to the light party over at Shaq's place before it happens, because it's really tight timing to actually make it after the last cone. It feels way easier if you scoot over early, and I guess it kind of makes sense to just let the healers dictate where it is, because they can't move that much and there's a lot of healing to do anyway.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
We did hear, I think Kylan said we've reached the point that Party Finder's stuck at, or something like that. A lot of Party Finder groups are having trouble with. So that's progress. Some sort. Some sort. Reminds me of being stuck on Devour in P5S. Anything but Devour.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks,
Right
because this
first.
cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Wait. I think? Yeah? Right. I managed to get myself confused. Suddenly it was difficult to fix it.
Try this.
Light party stacks? Nice.
Your mincemeat.
Uh-oh. Did I goof up my position? What happened? I feel like I also managed to mess up my position, whatever happened there.
Claws Rendell.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Oops. Oops. Well, it's okay, guys. I stress tested the smacks.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
They hurt. I can inform you that they hurt very much. Smackdown.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Smackdown. It'll be double smack up then. There. It's incredibly funny. There's just like 3 on the other side. They all dash in. Oh no! Split! Scurry and scatter!
From my life 9, my soul I split.
See, out is safe first. Thank you, Fubuki. And it's going to face the same way. Wow! Nailed it, I think. Not quite. Ruh-roh. That's going to be opposite. Is it always cleaves first? It is now.
A vicious blow. Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Well. The line stacks, I think, was when things started to go sideways. I'll just go over that one more time to make sure that we're on the same page. Instance-based keg. I had a gimmick stream idea roulettes, but you can't see the enemy cast bars or enemy list. If you want to know what's being cast, you have to wait for us to tell you. That would be really funny, but I don't know how we would make it so that you can see it, but I can't. That might be really difficult. Or would involve me like blocking something on the screen and making sure you can see it. Right, so the half room cleaves the line stacks. I stood my ground on what I'm pretty sure was the north side. Was it not the north side? Waiting for my light party. And it never came. What it looked like was that the second light party, who was supposed to have south with Zip, tried carefully to work around it. And Light Party 1 were in extreme danger of getting just double clapped because there wasn't really space for their line stack, and there also wasn't really space for the cleave. So I think that was when things started to go really weird. I don't know if it could have been that I wasn't like that. I didn't clarify it enough. Because we did like back and forth on strategies earlier. I'm like 90% confident that the safest way to do that is to have Light Party 1 go north, like flat, every time the cleave comes. Don't care, Light Party 1 goes north. Light Party 1 is the one that goes west, normally. And the reason why we have to go north is because if you go west, you get cleaved. And Light Party 2 goes south, because if you go east, you'll end up cleaved. And it seems like, yeah, healers seem to get... it seems like healers got them? Yeah, the thing is, after the Light Party stacks, we were missing people, so when the second clone woke up, it was like, oh, well, 4 people. Well, then actual Black Cat was like, well, 4 people need these spread markers. And we didn't have enough people. So it put some on DPS and some on support. And then we wiped. So I'm just asking if we're all on the same page about the Light Party stacks north and south. Oh, 30 minutes. And I'm not trying to blame anyone, by the way. I'm just trying to figure out the mechanic. What we're going to do about it. And I think it seems like the light stack goes on the healers. So, like, in particular, we need Shaq in the north and Sip in the south. And then everyone else to adjust to their respective Light Party stacks. It looks like it always goes on the healers, at least.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
My life 9, my soul I split.
Split.
Look alive, folks, because
Right
this
first.
cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Pass. That was a perfect example of Squeenix RNG. How many times have we gotten Light Party stacks? Remember, it'll be pairs again. Uh-oh. Yeah, I had a feeling.
comes Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Surely recover. I don't know. We're just practicing.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a knock up. Smack up. Oh. I'm not gonna request that you don't wait that long with choosing your position. That's a smack up. I don't think this is happening, guys. We don't have a tank for the tank buster.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
It's okay. We keep trying. We keep practicing. The important part is that we're learning something.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Yeah, we have like a good 2 more tries, I think, Philippe. Kind of depends.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
Right
this
first.
cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Man, it's a lot of damage. Just from the autos.
Try this.
Light. Nice. Remember, it'll be light parties.
Your mincemeat.
Very nice.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Enjoy your evening, Tate.
My ring!
Does that, maybe that also applies to Angel?
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a smackdown. That's a smack up. That's a smack up. And the last one will be a smackdown. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. Yeah.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Oh, and it'll be opposite. Ugh.
Your mincemeat.
Uh-oh. Not good. It'll be in that is safe first. But we have to get over here.
Beautifully dodged.
Uh-oh. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it goes this way. I hope it does. Because I can't remember. Yeah, we still have time for another try. Just checking in. Seems as I might have caused an overlap because I couldn't see where the shadow was landing. I'm like 90% certain that it lands like smack on the line, or like something like that. Like on this line, or the line over there. But it of course like slides to the left or right relative to where it is here. I think it was so fine that it pushed it to double left. What? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. What I did see was that there was a healer in the spot that Ayn was supposed to have. So Ayn was in a position that Ayn wasn't supposed to have. Was what it looked like to me. But that's true. We've heard from a lot of like veteran Savage Raiders that this raid tier is easy. But I feel like I've also mainly heard that they've said that it's also fun. And it's not a bad thing that it is easy, because it also means that it's an easy entry for new players to get into this. Levi says it does always land on the line when it slides left or right. That's good. Yeah, is there anything we need to cover, or should I just do a ready check and go again? Feels easy when you get the hang of it. I agree. That's also exactly the reason why once you have like cleared an extreme, like you spend like 1, 2, 3 hours proccing an extreme or something, you beat it once, and then second time to go, like the next time you go in after that, boom, first try. Like that can happen. And it's simply because at that point you finally like nailed the mechanics.
First opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against her feline ferocity?
You've gotten to the Devour mechanic. Well, as far as I understood, that's like near the end, isn't it? Why not rep and shake the first proteins? I could do that. I hadn't considered it.
Look alive, folks, because this
Left
cat
first?
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
But that is a good idea. I could try that.
Try this.
Pairs. Ow! What? Huh?
Your mincemeat.
Well. I am wondering if we're starting to reach the point where if we mess up the cones, we should just, like if we mess them up, we should just go again. Because it completely crushes, like, everything that comes after.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Is it 2? I'm pretty sure it was just 1.
My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a smack up.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
That's a smack up. Right. I pressed Nascent Flash instead of Bloodwetting in my panic when I realized I was too late.
They're still in it, but for how long?
I should have just not accepted the rest. I should probably not have accepted that one either, but I think we have a problem. Yep, we do.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
I should not be facing the boss this way.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Let's see, in is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
Y'all saw that, right? I have no... I think I have no idea which one is which now. So, well, I guess that's the cone one. Hey Joshua, hope you're doing well. Hey Gareth, hope you're doing well as well. I think we should go out and reset. We'll just take a short, like a mini break as well, now that we're out anyway. So, just a couple minutes. In the meantime, vanity restored. Alright, I'm back. I'll just do a ready check to see if everyone's back. Yeah, I think we're reaching the point where, like, if someone dies early on, so that we're missing people for the cones, I think it just makes better sense to just wipe up and try again. Because at this point, I think we have more practice with attempts where healers have spent 90% of the attempt resing people than we've had, like, practice with attempts where they haven't been doing that. So I think that might be something we have to do. Right, sounds like one of our tank Ein has to go in 30 to 40 minutes. We'll see how much we can get in before that. Then I don't know what we'll do about tank spot after that. What data center are we on? We are on Louisoix Chaos on EU.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Should start using Shake It Off for that. That is a good point. Nope, no dance partner.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
Left
this cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Pass. Nice. Pass later.
You'll miss me.
I think we should wipe it.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
I think we're actually pretty professional at getting ripped to shreds at this point.
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks,
Left
because
first.
this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Nice. With the light parties.
Your mincemeat.
Right. I don't know why I thought pairs there. it worked out somehow. I said it and then didn't do anything with it. Excellent.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
My ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
A smack up. Another smack up. That means the rest will be smackdowns. The challenge of keeping the tank alive until their invuln is needed.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Uh-oh.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Out will be safe first.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Your mincemeat.
Was that ship? I don't think we should that this is going to work. Like, we're missing people before the mechanic comes up. I'm pretty sure that's the... Yep, we needed 8 for that. And we should also have been clustering around the clone, in retrospect. Did she just cleave the crowd? No. Also, no worries, anime freaks.
you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
I do realize what it is that's causing me to never ever do that thing that I said, where I should use reprisal and shake it off for that. It's because at that moment I'm like doing weaves and stuff for my rotation.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
So I just keep forgetting.
Look alive, folks, because this
Right
cat
first?
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Oh, whoops. That was me. Yeah,
Your mincemeat.
no. No. No, it's not working. It's not gonna work.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
There you go.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks,
Right
because
first.
this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this. Your
Very nice.
mincemeat. These fools rendle.
Here it comes, Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Nope. The Squeenix RNG is setting in again.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Smack up. Awkward that it's on me first. So smack up. And then a smackdown. Good luck, Cyanide.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
Right, they're opposite. Right, in is safe first. Oh man.
Oh, that'll leave a mark.
That stack was light AF. Yeah. So for those line stacks, like it has to be like strict light party 2 goes south, light party 1 goes north. If light party 1 or 2 is not moving into position, too bad. You just blindly go to your like you have to force your way. And then the other stack must like go, wait a minute, when they're not in position and they're clearly stacked. Because it looked like what happened there was that like no one was in position in time. It got very confusing as a result. So like no space to be nice. No space to be nice. I'll say Kraken Mo. Hope you're doing well. You straight up just have to take your seat. It seems that the stack marker always goes on the healers, yeah. I haven't seen it do anything else, so if it suddenly starts doing something else, that would be Squeenix RNG again.
Ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this
Right
cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this. Your mincemeat.
Yeah, I was a little too early with that reprisal. That won't last, I don't think. Okay, Ein has it.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Thank you, Levi. It does seem like it is indeed. It turns out it is always healers for the line stacks. That's a smackdown. That's a smackdown. The rest will be smack ups. Can we recover in time with that?
They're still in it, but for how long? Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In will be safe first.
Beautifully
Ah,
done.
it'll be reversed. Alright. But it's still in first.
Your mincemeat.
Ooh, that's the most confusing configuration possible. Ugh.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Oh, DPS first. We almost had it. That... Wait, what? How did you still have inventory? Huh? Well, we're breaking new ground. It's been so long since we got further that I have a hard time knowing what to do with this. That's a smack up. Oh my god. Yeah. Chaos.
Is it over already?
And this is actually the exact reason why.
What grid?
This is actually the exact reason why, whenever there's the up smacks and smackdowns, that whoever's getting targeted with that has to decide where they're getting smacked from, like that, like almost immediately. I'm not saying that I can do it this easily. But the reason why it has to go so fast is because if the person who's getting smacked, like, second guesses themselves and changes spot the second time that mechanic comes around, well, everyone else has to, like, get into their positions. And they might not be able to do that if you change your mind in the last second. Like, that's kind of the reason. I think we have at least time for one more try before Ain has to go. Is that right? Two to three more. Well, we'll try until you say you have to go. At the very least. And then we'll have to figure out what we do after that.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks,
Right
because
first.
This cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Remember, it'll be pairs again.
Your mincemeat.
That was a little bit early again. For some reason, I was sure it had already gone further than that.
Lord Grendel.
Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Down. And then up. Oh wait, that does work. It's fine. It's not the nicest way to do it on my part. I think this is good enough. Just barely. Sit down. I don't have anything.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Dean will be safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
Oh no. No, that's not going to work, guys. I don't think it's going to work like this. Gareth says I'm super new to Final Fantasy 14. I'm so torn between Warrior and or Dark Knight. What do you think? I've got both to 50 and I've finished the Realm Reborn MSQ, about to head to Heavensward. I can say that Warrior is often considered the easier of the two. But I can't say much beyond choose the one you think looks more fun. It's okay, only the tanks died. Food check. Good point.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
Right
this cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Nice.
Your mincemeat.
Yep. Don't know why I keep doing that right now. Seems to resolve itself well enough, but that does mean that I rely on Iron to get the reprisal right.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
That's a down. That's an up.
Dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Uh-oh. I suppose that works.
They're still in it, but for how long?
We'll have to get quite creative with the follow-up knockback. Or maybe not.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Your mincemeat.
Uh-oh. One more. Sip's actual cat distracted him. Apparently, the cats are teaming up. A catspiracy, one might say.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
lives 9. My soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this
Left
cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Ooh. It is good that you can survive it with 3.
Meet me. Claws Rendell.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Up. And another up. And that's a down. Two.
Dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
In will be safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
Your mincemeat.
I'm pretty sure it means that everything is happening on this side. In will be safe first. Nice. Watch for whether you get the spread markers. Shaq, remember we still have our clock positions. Oh well. Oh well. I know the feeling, Shaq. The one where it's like, wait, did we do it? I think we did it. And then, nope. That does smack up. Nope, guys. No, no. No.
Challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet. What grit?
Perfect. We've all stacked. Where's the one getting knocked again? Oh. Right. Yeah, well, we got it to sub 30%, yeah. Ein has to go. I believe. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm forgetting something. No worries, Ein. Let's hop out. So, I will also say that when we finally almost nailed the double clones there, Black Cat gave us the nicest configuration possible. Like, the half-room cleaves was facing the same way as her, and the cones were going the same, like over on the same side, and they came second. Like not only that, but she also gave us support cones first. Like, it was perfect, which was so perfect that we then landed a situation where I'm guessing we had a case of, I feel like we nailed this, but I feel like I'm forgetting something. And that happens. Like, that happens to me too. And then we had the Captain Smackdown stuff again. And then we had the line stack, which in my opinion is the nicer of the two. Which meant we quickly got into position. And once we're in position, the problem is, and I'm pretty sure we, like, most of us learn this, like, as we play the game, is that you get the line stack put on your head. Boom, you have the leader hat. The moment people start congregating on you, now you feel compelled to not move. The problem is that the position that we had decided to anchor ourselves to was not safe. That was ultimately what went wrong. Carrick says, I don't know if I can keep going. Yeah, I don't know if it's better that we, like, if it's a good idea if we go party find to get more. Because just, did you clear? Nope. Ein had to go. We got it to like 30%. to like 30%, and we wiped during the second of the SmackDown phases. I don't know, maybe a good question is how many feel like they can keep going before we start trying to replenish our ranks. Bukai says, I just got to clones after Mauser 1. That's also that's the one we've been messing with, I think, the most all evening. The clones after Mauser 1. Maybe I should just do a ready check. That's probably easier. Says I'm too brain dead for the clones, I think. My attention drifts too fast. That it is really hard. Like, every time I had, like, the clones go this, like, both of the movements of the clones face the same way, I'm like, whew, then I only have to remember one, like, and then I have to remember one less thing. And as the main tank, it's like, I'm pretty sure that the main tank in a party finder group basically just can orchestrate a party wipe by just going, like, by just moving Black Cat to the wrong side. Like, the rest of the group is likely to go, well, I'm sure it's over here then. Well, then the question is whether we go in Party Finder or if there's anyone else that wants to join before we do that. I'm guessing that there isn't anyone in the chat that wants to come, that wants to stop in. Noxus, I should replace my 660 ring on my healer. If you're doing level 100 stuff, that's probably a good idea, yes. And yeah, thanks to everyone who, to all of those that did prog for like 4 hours, by the way. But the interesting part about Savage prog, whatever we end up with, what's the item level requirement? I mean, the item level requirement is 700 for, like, Savage. But technically, if you have a full pre-made, you can just enter, but, like, the item level requirement is, like, a pretty clear guideline. If, like, let me put it like this. Nox. If you go and find a group, and you happen to have a high enough average item level, and then they're wiping a lot, and then they find out randomly that you're wearing random 660 gear, you're probably getting kicked. It doesn't matter whether it's your fault. It is now. Like, that's how bad it is if you go into Savage with a 660 item. It's being excessively underprepared. Let's say that. My manga 704. I mean, that works. But it would be best if you have watched a guide and stuff as well. Like, if what you're saying is what's the item requirement is to join me, I would say have you watched a guide, and like how, like, Are you solid on Monk? And is your item level at least 700? At least 700. Yeah, that's a good point, Cat. I don't know how I got this into my head, but for some reason in my head, Naomi was the fake melee. There's no logical explanation for that, because the only reason I thought that was because of, like, well, normally it tanks, like, partners of the melee, right? Normally, right? But not in this one. I mean, we could go into Party Finder. Now the question is when we say. Yeah, also that, you were not in the fake melee spot. You were not in the actual melee spot, more like. Come with us, we have cookies, always works. I was mostly thinking that we should probably clarify how far we are. We're also kind of missing a good macro, because this one is not it. That's correct, Bronto. It has to be an EU character. But yeah, that does seem to be part of the problem, is that the reason why the second time the slams come up, we have trouble, is because we weren't perfect on the slams. Nope, that is correct, Brontom. There has not yet come any NA to EU. For a few months, we don't know if, like, technically we don't know if NA EU travel will ever be a thing. We just know that what we have had since late Endwalker has been reinstated. That's really it. In that case, Nox, it sounds like it might not be a good match. It's gonna take a few months to level a character. Oh, like that. Let's see. What's the specifications for our group at least? Hmm. What's the exact name of the shades after Mauser 1? Well, I guess we're kind of practicing on generally the stuff that comes after Mauser 1 then? Like both the slams and the shades? 9 lives too? That could be. But if we're both working on the slams and also the shades. Past Mauser 1 proc? Yeah, that sounds actually... That I think that fits. We specifically baited to same positions. Let me see here. Something like that. I think if we can get people reasonably fast, then we have for like and then we have time for one more session. Oh yeah, true north. Oh no! I ran out of space! Like this. Curse me and not using so many abbreviations. Take out a space after a comma. We actually were wasting space characters with a double space. Why does it say we have this many characters? It's like this many characters or 2 lines. Let me just do one more ready check before we go in with the party finder stuff. If we get people reasonably fast, then we might have time. Would it be 2 chests only? It doesn't matter. That is a good point. Is it this one? Duty complete but weekly reward unclaimed. Is that the one? Is there a difference beyond preference between tank healer bait first and DPS bait first? The original reason why we did... Oh, like that. Thank you, Matthew. The reason why we did tank healer bait first is because the first bait happens during the opener burst, and the second bait happens like later in the burst, almost at the end. So there's a better chance that that it won't mess with DPS burst. And you might say, well, doesn't it just mess with tank and healer burst instead? Yes, that's correct, but our burst is worse, so it doesn't matter. We'll give it a bit. If we can't find people and like time starts to run out, then I guess we're just doing like post-Savage attempt tea time. And that's also what we're doing in the meantime, I suppose. Whatever the case, I don't know how many this applies to, but I'm pretty sure we had multiple first-time Savage Raiders in our group. We had at least one person, at minimum one, who was absolutely not a first-timer to it, because Ein had the perfect legend title. So I think we did really well. Overall. The movement is at the same time, though, with same bait, right? Yes, that is a good point. So no, it doesn't really matter. I think it, with same bait, it's probably completely irrelevant with which order you do it in, Danjo. But I guess it doesn't matter if you're doing it like that. But it does matter that you make a decision, because let's not forget, everyone, if you rewind this stream, because fun fact, you can actually rewind this stream while it is live. If you rewind to the first poll, we forgot to talk about that mechanic before we pulled, and we wiped instantly, boom, dead, because we didn't know who was baiting first. We knew where people were supposed to stand, but who's close first? So, ultimately, it's just a matter of preference, I guess, when it's same cardinal positions. Yeah, personally, my Savage raiding experience is I procced a little bit on P5S in Endwalker when it was current. Then, if we go further back, I was basically raid leading in E5S and E6S and also E7S, but then the group fell apart. Long story, but the short version is loot disagreements somehow. Because that was something we had actually decided in a session 0 how to deal with. Oh look, Caetsu's here. And if I go further back than that, then I was a mythic raider in in the majority of World of Warcraft Legion, and I raided very briefly at the start of Warlords of Draenor because my friends needed a replacement tank. This one time. And in Mr. Pandaria, I raided Siege of Orgrimmar for the entirety of its, being current, which was 14 months. Rated it at the hardest difficulty in 10-man, which was heroic at the time. And I also rated a Throne of Thunder before that. And also at the start of the expansion, I raided the 3 raids that were there until my guild fell apart. And I raided Dragon Soul in Cataclysm. And in Wrath of the Lich King, I raided some parts of Naxxramas, and I pogged a little bit of Icecrown Citadel. Incidentally, My raid experience in Wrath was Paladin, Tank, well, actually, no, I also raided Ulduar a bit, but that was actually as a Druid, as a Resto Druid. So a little bit of healer and mostly tank. In Cataclysm, it was actually, it was tank and then a little bit of DPS because I came back to the game super late and my guild wasn't even mad that I just disappeared. They were like, well, there's no tank spot anymore, but can you DPS? Yes. And now I was DPS. And then in Mr. Pandaria, I DPS'd a little bit of Throne of Thunder, and then I tanked basically the rest of the expansion. I also DPS'd at the start. But I ultimately, in every guild in Mr. Pandaria, I became the tank if I didn't join as it. And in Legion, I also basically always tanked, or if I didn't, I eventually became the tank. Apparently people said I was really good at tanking, so so I have a lot of experience, just not that much in Final Fantasy XIV specifically. Now it says, the pleasure of the last tier of an expansion. You can always do it for over a year. Yeah, exactly. I have to say, like, actually the reason why I stopped with Warlords of Draenor was that I raided, as I said, all of Siege of Orgrimmar, but the last few months of Siege of Orgrimmar, like, there was one time, like, we were proccing on Garrosh for, like, normally we raided for 3 hours. This time we raided for, like, 5 or 6. And when we finally stopped, it was because someone was like, guys, I have to get to bed. I had to go to work in 4 hours. And then we stopped. And the weird thing is that I was like, I had told my friends at the university I had started on a few months prior, I have to raid that night. Basically, they just went, yeah, Kai has to be boring that night. But I'll come over when we're done raiding. I actually did come over after we were done raiding. But I basically came over to everyone just on the kitchen floor, like singing, like drinking songs and all being just wasted. Like the party was already over. So when Warlords of Draenor came about, I was like, well, I'm going to stop raiding hardcore. I'm going to university now. So I was just going to be casual. And I played Warlords of Draenor for like 1 month. And in that time, my guild, who I moved over to a more casual guild, they needed me to replace because one of their tanks left the guild overnight. And I was in like garbage gear. Like, we're talking, I was going into this heroic difficulty raid in like this kind of stuff. Right? Going into Savage with this on still. And maybe even a bit of this. A bit of that. And we beat it like second or third try, and they had been proccing on it for days. So like I came in, just nailed it, only final boss left, nailed it, and just was like, peace out, I guess I'm quitting WoW for a bit. You squish it, yeah, and not only that, but it was also a Death Knight, and they're known to just recover. Like, they're basically the warriors of World of Warcraft. They even have this meme of spamming death strikes like crazy, just like how warriors spam Fellcleave. But then I came back with like in the Legion pre-patch, and I was actually raid leader at the start of the expansion of my own guild. That I like ran with two friends, but then like people quit because like a lot of our raid team was comprised of people that came back because this time it's gonna be different, it's gonna be better, and then people realized that it's not, this ain't it. And then we couldn't raid Mythic anymore because we were missing people, and then the guild fell apart, and then, like, my buddy, who was, like, the OG guild master there, he basically made a deal with a different raid team that we could just join theirs with and skip the trial period because we're just that good. Like, he's done that, like, 3 times. And like every time he wants to raid, he just brings me, and if it falls apart, he just manages to hand me a golden parachute into a new raid team. It's quite impressive. He's a good friend. He doesn't play Final Fantasy XIV. He tried it, he burned out just as he reached Ishgard. Unfortunate. But I raided most of Legion. So I have a lot of experience. But a key thing that I do want to mention, that friend with the golden parachute was the one who found the raiding guild that I joined in Dragon Soul, in Cataclysm, and he was also the one who found the raiding guild that I raided with in the majority of Mr. Pandaria, and he was also the one at Guild and Worlds of Draenor where they needed a replacement. That's why they asked me. And in Legion, he was, as I said, the leader of that group, and the guild that we joined when ours fell apart, he found it, and basically every single time I raided, for any reason, in World of Warcraft, from Cataclysm and onwards, almost, was because he wanted to raid. And I normally don't really do hardcore raiding without friends. Like, that's basically the reason. If he had managed to reach max level in Final Fantasy XIV before he burned out, and he got the interest for Savage raiding, then I am almost certain that I would be Savage raiding in his raid team, whatever it is. Canon says, I was so close to clearing 1.7% enrage. Did your group quit for the night? Is that why you're saying you were close? Are you still trying? I think we'll give it 10 more minutes. If the group doesn't... If we don't get anyone in after that... Wait, I did put up a party finder, right? Yeah, it is up. Oh. I just had to check. Cat says, I still have the balance gauge unlocked tooltip on my screen, by the way. Thoughts? Really? Also, congratulations, Cyanide. Did the mount drop? It just said party finder closed? No, it closed this menu because someone joined. Like, I didn't actually close, it was someone joined. That's always what happens. If you have the party finder menu open and someone joins your group, then it closes this. Don't ask me why, but it does. If you have this window open and someone joins, it just closes it. I can't explain how or why, but it does. That's also part of the reason why it can be... Our person that just joined asked, is worried that they might be a hassle if they mess up mechanics. Yeah, like, genuinely, if I join a group for Savage like this, it has to be extremely egregious for me to actually peace out. Like, it has to be really bad. Canon says, I wish they allowed NA to join EU on the new data center, just Shadow, and EU to join Dynamis on NA. That would be interesting. I'm actually surprised they haven't. And be cool to that would be a cool use of the new data centers. So they are now, as they are now, they kind of feel pointless. Well, Dynamis was added specifically because there's a lot of players in NA and they needed to like have space for them. Shadow, on the other hand, is a much different story, because in EU they basically observed that there's a large influx of players right at the beginning of an expansion, and then it kind of dies down again, and I guess they observed that EU has the capacity to overwhelm like the data centers, but only at the start. Like, only at the start. And then you don't need them anymore. So, like, there's no reason to add a new real data center for, like, a month of overflow. So they just made them these special fancy schmancy data centers where you cannot make a character, and that makes them pointless now. That is correct, Bocage. My guess is that they're actually going to close travel to that data center eventually, when it is no longer needed. Good luck, Kylan. But yeah, that would actually, like, if they allowed it so that NA players could visit Shadow, and they could even have it so that EU players could have a similar visiting server over in NA, then would have basically done the like visiting bridge solution that I think we've talked about before. That part of the reason is that we don't want people to just like dogpile on the big popular server. Like, we don't want it to be that the gates get opened between EU and NA and then everyone just dogpiles on Ether, right? That's not what we want to see. But if they make it so that there's a special data center in each region for visitors, then you can specifically opt in. It also means that, and this is actually what we saw on Shadow. On Shadow, there were so few players that there was no point coming over if you didn't already bring who you were playing with. So, like, there was no sense in going to Shadow unless you specifically knew that you had light players and chaos players combined to play with. That would be enough for whatever you wanted to do, because no queues would work. And that would essentially be what these bridge servers would do as well, is that no one is going to come to the visitor server to look for new friends. They probably already know these people. But I do think that I don't know. The thing is, we have realized more and more with Materia being there that latency is actually a really effective preventative measure. Like in the specific reasoning that that let's hypothetically, if we all had good connections on Materia, like actually this good connections like I have on EU here, if I had such a good connection there, then I would gladly host over on Materia so that everyone could join. But specifically because I have such a high latency on Materia that it's barely playable, you know, doesn't really work. I want to check something. Oh boy, there's a severe lag of tanks. Many groups missing just one. Exactly, Shaq. Can't see us doing fast swaps with that much MS. But yeah, that is true. The reason for Shadow on EU, if you were there at the start of Endwalker, then you would understand. Like, they, at the start of Endwalker, it was so bad that there was, like, on EU, like about 6 to 7 hours, I would say, time frame, like in the evening, where you cannot log in. Like, straight up, you can't log in. Like, you could like get to the character selection, click log in, and then it would be like, yeah, there's a long queue. And if it was, if it was over 2,000, I think 2,000 was the magic number. It could have been 20,000, and I just forgot a zero. But if it was over a certain threshold, it didn't matter whether you sat through the entire queue. There was a bug where, like, the queue, if it got too long, it would just derp out and be incapable of finishing and let you in. And it just wouldn't be able to do it. And then it would give you an error. Which was the reason why you couldn't you could not log in. Like, when it reached that threshold, you just had to wait until a lot of people logged out for the day. Yeah, exactly, Kat. That is true. It got so bad that they actually stopped selling the game. Like, they actually removed the game as something you could buy, because we clearly don't have space for any more. So you're not invited. Did they log out, though? That's the key, Philippe. That's why there was a 6 to 7 hour time frame. The thing is, the way it worked is that for those of us, and when I say those of us, meaning I'm part of them, that got home from work or was available early enough in the day to log in before the stampede, we'd just log in and play the game. And just, make sure we played the game. Because back then, they also had the 30-minute AFK kick timer. Specifically for that reason. You just play until you were done. And if you logged out for the night, well, then you logged out for the night. Like, I can say the way that I went about things was that if I had to do, like, video stuff, then I would make sure that, oh, you're actually filled. Let's see here. Oh, the Dark Knight really wants to be main tank. That works, I guess. Did everyone get their positions? We got to 30%, Tay. And we got to the second slams. He does not have tank stance on.
You're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
This is going to be a problem. I think we're wiping.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
I'm just double checking with the newcomers, well, not newcomers, I guess, party finder people. That because I guess like I just put the information we had in the party finder description and sort of just assumed that, well, now everyone knows what I'm talking about, right? Nope. Not necessarily. Not necessarily at all.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Uh-oh. Cat? I don't know if we should go again. I'm really confused right now.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has...
Yeah, Cat, you're supposed to go on D.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
I mean, we have 3 from Party Finder, yeah.
Try this.
I should have done Nascent Flash there.
Mincemeat.
Let's... I think hop. I think hub. Things are happening. By the way, as far as I know, this is normal. Like, this is actually normal. That, like, when you're still learning it, perfectly normal that when you go in prog another time with, like, different players, you have to, like, work out the differences. That's exactly also why I was a little worried about going into Party Finder, was exactly that. I wonder how long it'll take before we all figure that part out again. But I think we'll go... I do realize that we spent like 15 minutes. Almost 20 minutes. But we'll try to see if we can do this full set out. A group of 4. We have a few, like it's not like our group is perfect either. Like, some of us have to relearn relearn positions. Like, I've been main tank all evening, so...
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Okay, yep, he's invulning it. I just keep track of that.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
I could have been nicer there, but that was
Your mincemeat.
Not much I could have done when it really comes to it. Just... yeah. That's also a good idea, Bondi. That's a pretty good idea. It says whenever I party find a lot with marker positions like this, I keep a couple spots on my hotbar to put the markers there to remind me where I am. That's a good idea. I think personally that would just confuse me more than it would help. But for some, it helps.
You're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
I mean, like, just like it was with the extremes, it's way easier to be off-tank, it feels like.
My soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Right.
Try this.
That's very nice. We did a mechanic without having to talk it over.
It's meat.
Huh? What? How?
Here it comes, Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver.
Huh. That's actually, I never considered that. That would also be the case consistently.
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
What? Uh-oh. Well,
Oh dear!
I didn't mean to confuse him. I wasn't exactly sure on the timing before I should taunt. So I just went a little early. I'll stand here for a bit then.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Oh. This is going to be extremely confusing if he does not taunt.
That'll leave a mark.
Your mincemeat.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Things got a little hectic there. I don't remember. I hope it's here. It's not. What's the proc point now? Well, we got the boss to 30%, but then we took a little break. And now we have some party finder people. And we're just, we're ironing out the kinks. However, we've already gotten the boss to like 50% and almost gotten as far as we procced previously, I would say. Not exactly, but like we're getting there. Like mechanically speaking. So rather quick. Oh. That must be awkward.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
I think he accidentally living shadowed.
Our challenger's
Oh well.
first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
You're not a forced actor?
My life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Left
has
first.
9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Oops, I felt like I almost stole aggro, just absent-mindedly. Just drive. You know, the saddest part about that is how often when something like that happens, I get rest, I click yes, screen fades to black, screen fades in, chaos. I'm not gonna say that. Doesn't help. Just adds to the confusion. You managed to get raining cats a few times. Nice. We haven't seen that yet.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
Left
this cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Ugh.
Your mincemeat.
That's always concerning. When you have a healer survive just barely. I should not have used a little early on my reprisal there, I guess. The other tank has it. Good.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes, Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
I'll just grab now, I guess.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
my life 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first. Which way you're gonna face? Opposite. Okay.
Your mincemeat.
Oh, that was close. That's left. They're opposite, I believe. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Whoops. See what I mean? I said that like an hour ago. The tank, if they pull the boss over there, there's a really high chance that everyone else will be like, I'm pretty sure it was the other way, but he's probably right. Like, right up until that moment, I was like, well, I feel like it was the cone one that went this way. So do I remember that wrong? Are we doing the cones first? Then we see the line stacks and we're like, I think there's something wrong here. Oh, she's over there. Either way, good luck, Day.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Yeah, definitely, Nox. This absolutely sounds like like Sword and Shield gym leader music, doesn't it? They just have to speed it up a little bit, I think, and then you got it.
My life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because
Right
this cat
first.
has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Pretty sure it's this? Did not?
Try this.
Nice.
Your mincemeat.
So we have to remember pairs. Ah, that's fine. Don't think we need reprisal for anything else anyway. Like, not in any time soon.
These claws rendle!
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear, the
Sword down. I won't need damnation anyway. Not for a while.
They're still in it, but for how long?
I think I have that Shake It Off to spare. Well, they have it now. I hope I have it to spare, because I don't have it anymore.
My life 9. My soul.
Hey Samuel, hope you're doing well. Out is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
And it's opposite.
Your mincemeat.
And that one goes right, so they both go to the east side. Oh, whoops. Congratulations, Samuel. That's awesome.
You're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Not really. I was hoping eventually that we'd change places on that one.
Chaiji.
Hey Grace, hope you're doing well. Good to have you. I don't know how well this is. Like, I feel like the prog is going well, but
Look alive, folks, because this cat
left first.
has 9.
We are still ironing out a few specific mechanics, which does give the feeling that we're not getting anywhere. But we are getting somewhere.
Try this.
Nice. So that's going to be light stacks. Woof.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Boom.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring. They're still in it, but for how long?
There's always something funny about someone like getting smacked by a mechanic and then going, "Oh yeah, right, the mechanic, that thing we were doing." Right, I've also done that.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Right, in first.
Beautifully dodged.
And this time it is not opposite.
Your mincemeat.
Oh, that's good. They're both going the same way. No! I'm like 90%? Yeah. Yeah. Uh-oh. 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 That was not the way.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
We're still alive. Here comes a raid wide though. I hope we have some cooldowns. Oh, barely hanging on.
These claws rend all!
Uh-oh. It's roll stacks.
And they're done! Is it over already?
It's roll stacks.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're back on their feet.
That's insane amount of damage. Oh, he took over. Actually, we did it properly, which meant we both just wasted invuln for nothing. Oh well. He should take over, like, main tank, right? I was just not sure if he was going to.
I sharpened these just for you.
Uh-oh. Well, this is looking grim. I was hoping a healer would survive, so healer LB could save us.
To me, echo
Also,
of
yeah,
my
Prague.
soul.
So when is the you can solo this on warrior coming? Probably not. Grace says I did the same thing yesterday. I forgot to go small before going into Cerberus belly. Yeah, that doesn't work. Honestly, it took so long to reach Raining Cats that I have actually no idea what we were supposed to do at that very moment. An ultimate mechanic, right? Is it? Cat says, what's the positioning during row cleave? That is a good question. Tank healer, melee? Yeah, we just got raining cats. Maybe you need to get your umbrellas out. That is the invuln, I suppose. Yeah, the way raining cats works is that there's two tethers being passed around. We're choosing to do melees soak the first one of the tethers, then tanks, and then tanks use invuln to soak again and then again. This means that the only other thing is that the closest player to the boss and the furthest away player to the boss will get hit with a stack, basically. To like line up with the tether cleaves. So you need to make sure that whoever's closest is in one stack of 3 players and whoever's furthest away is in another stack of 3 players. And I believe the strat is mainly that the left one is closer and the right one is further away or something like that. Like the Thunder God Sid tether. Yeah, in a way. Except if a tank actually tries to do that one with invuln, they'll die immediately after. You're just figuring out the raining cats thing. That's why they're quiet. Sorry. Whew. That's always fun. Mega puzzle mechanic near the latter half of the fight. That reminds me of E6S. Oh, look, fire tornadoes.
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
See, right is safe
Go
first.
forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Nice.
Your mincemeat.
Nice one, Angel. I hope you had fun.
These claws rendle.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
I'll gladly take the most annoying spot so that it's out of the way. Uh-oh.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Oh no.
And they're done. Is it over already?
I should have shuffled in a different direction.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
A vicious blow. Oh,
That's going to be opposite. Or it was out safe first. Whoops. It's going to be opposite. They're both west, aren't they?
beautifully dodged.
Thank you. Is it? Am I completely misremembering that? Oh no. That piercing talent just... Take this! I'm leaving!
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Right is safe first.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Nice.
Your mincemeat.
Hey, cool. We just recently saw raining cats. But we were absolutely not prepared to see raining cats, so we just kind of just face planted on it. But we did see it.
Lord Rendell.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
It reminds me of finding a safe tile in Extreme 2. We'll figure it out, right? Yeah, yeah. Until we don't. In a safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
And it is east.
Your mincemeat.
And that's also east. In is safe first. Oh boy. Since I got clipped by both. I mean, it was a complete train wreck. But the annoying part with figuring that mechanic out is always that one of them is flipped. One of them is flipped.
You're ready to be ripped to shreds!
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Ezekiel, I actually also wrote in the chat that they both went east. That's also why, like, as things started to go sideways, I started typing. It's because, like, no, go east.
From my life 9, my soul I split!
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Right, is safe first.
Go forth, shadow of my heart!
The problem there, Philippe, is that sometimes it isn't like the same side. So it doesn't always work. You'd need 4 different macros.
Your mincemeat!
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's true. You could use a macro to say where the first one is going, and then a macro for where the second one is going.
Claws Rendell!
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring!
Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Did you know these claws rend all? Yeah, so I've heard.
They're back on their feet.
What grit?
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
You walk off?
They're still in it, but for how long?
From my lives 9, my soul I split.
In is safe first. And it's west.
Your mincemeat.
Uh-oh. I feel like we've had this exact problem before. Oh, well, one group's dying.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
Nope. Yeah, nah, we're dead. Did you beat it, Jacob? It has to be danger bongos. Yeah, that's a good point, Girhin. As a...
I hope you're ready to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat.
Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
Now is the clear, but that would be funny. Imagine if we did that again. Where we go, we have time for one more. And then we time out. Because we didn't go out and reset. Like we did with Extreme 1. Oh, that would be sad. I just don't think it'll happen this time.
Look alive, folks, because this cat
Right is safe first.
Go forth, shadow of my heart. Try this.
Nice. Well, maybe you'll probably get it next time then, Jacob. Very nice. I realized that it was light party stack so late. I was like, oh wait, where's the stack? Because she's given us pairs so many times.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Uh-oh. What? How?
Oh dear, the challengers moved out of the ring.
Eviek, hope you're doing well. No, we didn't. We're still working at it, as you can see. Oh, man.
They're still in it, but for how long?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Out is safe first.
Beautifully dodged.
That'll go west.
Your mincemeat.
See, I told you, we had time for one more try. Like, Azure is just saying, yeah, I'll just sunder myself for this fight. Well, that's very easy where you can just, like, bring a bunch of souls, right? So welcome back, Weather Witch. Did you not get it this time, Kylan? Wait, server dead? Uh-oh. Might be good to ask if you'll call it and take a mental break. Oh, we're not doing more. Saturday streams are supposed to end 15 minutes ago. If we were, like, repeatedly reaching Raining Cat, then there would be a different story. But we reached it once. And then we've just been floundering around. Bondi says, I have no idea how to do Raining Cats. Well... we went into it, saw Raining Cats, and we're like, we didn't expect to get this far, and then we promptly died. And we had, like, team meeting, talked about it, and the solution we came up with is, apparently a party finder strat has become MTTT, which is a melee DPS takes the first tether, then tanks take the second tether, and then tanks use invuln to take the third and the fourth tether. I don't think tanks can take all four. It uses Raining Cat as Enrage. It's actually not. The hard Enrage is the Mouser that comes after, where she basically just deletes the entire arena. They can't take 4, but they can take the 3. They have to invuln right before the first one hits. But I mean, the first one you just take normally. First one of the 3 they take. Ah, I see. I didn't know that it was that tight. Just double checking if anyone actually wants to take over whatever is going to be left of the group. Jacob says we just LB3 through it on our first clear. So you're saying that all the like groups saying, oh yeah, it's easy, they just skipped the hard mechanic? That is really funny. That actually makes it even funnier that all those strong groups are like, oh yeah, the content's too easy. Yeah, we don't know how to do the hard mechanic. Are you crazy? I'm sure it isn't exactly like that, but wouldn't that be really funny? Did not think that. Danger says, we just wiped to Allergan Bomb in Labyrinth of the Ancients. Did not think that possible. Oh, that has happened to me as well. But that does explain, that better explains. Cole did say there was a little miffed that you can skip a new mechanic this early. Like, I can see that. Because if it's raining cats you can skip, and it turns out that is the case, that's a hard mechanic. Like, that's brutal. Hey, Zev up. Hope you. Sounds like you're not doing well. Yeah, we got to raining cats. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure, isn't the thing that comes after raining cats the Mauser 3 that kills you? Like, there's one mechanic after raining cats, and that's the enrage. Cole says, did you guys clear? Nope. The session ran out, and we're not going again. We've been getting at it for 6 hours. You get the boss hopping around first. Oh, yeah, right. There's Devour. That's also really funny. When I looked at the guide and saw the Devour mechanic, the Predacious Pounce, I think Hector actually said in the guide, you deal with it like you did previously. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it didn't happen previously. Are you talking like a normal? Has it happened? It should happen previously, right? It didn't. Like, why did they put that mechanic so late? We are raining cats, then Predacious Pounce, and then Enrage. It's just normal mode with side cleaves on top, isn't it? I think so. The funny thing about that is that on normal, the way I usually deal with the Devour mechanic is that I just hide and, like, I just cry in a corner somewhere. Like, I see all those circles, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just going over here. It's the same as a normal, it's just more painful. You're right, it's double cleaves. Yeah, we got far, I feel. That's nice. An easy mechanic before enrage. Yeah. Can cheese devour by bringing in a laser pointer. Now that would be smart. We did not see Devour Silver Mint. We saw Raining Cats once. Planned how to deal with it, and then didn't see it again. And that explains, I like at that point, Phil, I had reached the point where I was like, well, I kind of need to see some of these mechanics for this to actually stick. So, like, I understood that Devour was happening and understood there was something else. But I specifically remember it sounded like he said you deal with them like you've done before, or something to that effect. And my immediate thought was, I'm pretty sure that mechanic didn't happen earlier. Not in this guide. But yeah, I think if we continued further, I would actually just start making mistakes because of going for too long. Glooper says, I feel like your summoner and the Dark Knight especially caused more wipes than they should have. That's possible, but it is worth keeping in mind, Magloomba, that the Dark Knight and the summoner and the Dragoon joined the group after the rest of the group had progressed for 4 hours together. And you can also see that among them, some of them are here. Yeah, in retrospect, we might have gotten further if I just had vetoed that I'm the main tank. But, I mean, I didn't. And he also said it first. I should have just said it first if I insisted that I wanted to be main tank. After all of this time, what do you think of the fight? I think it's an interesting fight. But, I wish, like, extremely puzzly mechanics, like actually, like, my perspective on the Raining Cats, that turns out to be a mechanic that the better players just skip. Like, they just skip it. Like, who cares about learning it? We just do enough damage that we don't see it. That's one reason. Another reason is that if you put a really hard mechanic earlier in the fight, there's a better chance that the players will have to deal with it. As I said, when I saw Raining Cats, I said, this reminds me of E6S. Where, like, 6 minutes into the fight, there's this mechanic where tanks have to, like, stand in a specific spot, healers have to be in a super specific spot, DPS have to be in a super specific spot, and a single wrong move, everyone dies instantly. And it's a new mechanic, and it doesn't come up again. That should happen earlier. Like, you can't skip that one, but, like, that was the feeling that I got of Raining Cats. It should have been put earlier, both because it's so complicated. Put it earlier so that people have a chance to practice it more. And also put it earlier so you can't skip it. Like, at the point, like, the thing is, the reason why I asked Cole if it was, like, a mechanic repeat is because with the way this fight is designed, there isn't any, like, mechanic repeats. Like, in this fight, when she's done, like, all the different combinations, she just goes, well, harder rage. Like, I don't, like, they would have needed to give her more HP, obviously, to add any repeats. But the problem here is that the fight is over once everything has been done. So there isn't, like, that's the reason why it confused me that you could skip a whole new mechanic, is because there should be, like, a few repeats of something before they just finish it up, I would think. Mainly so that those repeats can be there to go, okay, you can see the fight is closing out, you have to finish. But this one is just, right, done. Also, congratulations, Angel. That's my perspective of it, Fubuki. I would say they should put raining cats sooner. I'm fine with them only doing it once, but it should be way sooner in the fight. And there should be repeats, such that the fight can, like, so that you can kill it early without seeing Enrage, but without just skipping an actually new mechanic. While we're on the subject, honestly, Devour should also happen sooner. Like, the problem is that she doesn't actually manage to do all of her mechanics. I guess that's true, Bondi. There's also the part that it also kind of rewards players for, like... That's the thing, is that a mechanic that is that hard to deal with also means that you reach a point where just not seeing raining cats will increase, like, your performance just in general. But yeah, I'm just saying, Danjo, that both, like, I don't, like, personally, I don't care whether, like, there's any joy or whatever in either mechanic. My perspective is simply that they should have put some, like, mechanic repeats at the end or something. I don't care. Like, something happens again, a few mechanics happen again, and then given her more HP. So that if you're really good, you skip those. But I guess it's true that doing it this way means that the really hard mechanics, like the extra hard mechanics, will slowly get pushed out. Because says, thank you for sharing your thoughts, that makes a lot of sense. I wonder how many people saying this is easy just skipped learning that through overpowering DPS. Well, based on what I'm hearing, it sounds like that's like the default. The, was it skip raining cats to disband joke? Yeah, maybe we'll proc more on that. The problem with proccing slowly like this is that the longer it takes to beat M1S, the less people there will be that will bother to join. So, like, the alternative is me just figuring out on my own. And then we have the problem of less people being, like, available for M2S and things like that. And it's difficult to do it like this. I have to think on how I'll do this in the future. Crayon says, my party found a group killed during Devour. Yeah. And that's also true, Matthew. The longer the tier is out, the less likely you'll be able to find people proccing at some specific point, because they're like either finished or gotten further, right? Like if you imagine it like a path, eventually people get to M2S with their proc, then they get to M3S, and they get to M4S, and eventually they finish, and then they're not proccing. And we're going to have a few months with this being the current tier. 8 months. It'll be 8 months. Now the question is how long it will take before, like, most people have finished it. Urine says, I see the comparison to Devour, but also Predacious Pounce isn't close in difficulty to actual Devour. Well, it's similar in the same way that people call Spiraling Circle AoE Shiva, right? Or the name of all the limit card mechanics. It's similar enough that it makes sense to call it Devour, but I think the difference is that the arena... Did I remember that wrong? I feel like the arena for Black Cat is bigger. And the circle AoEs for Devour is, relatively speaking, smaller. Leading to a situation where there might be a corner that is a safe spot. Which also explains why when they go, well, this is the Savage version, they add half-room cleaves on top. It's a Dynamo Chariot debate. Yeah, kind of. I will say, though, that the Dynamo Chariot one is mostly that, like... People use that to refer to circles and donuts. Imagine if we had specific words for specifically tight donuts. Well, that's not a chariot. That's a cheeseburger mechanic. You see, that's when the donut is inside the circle, like the targeting circle. You just have to know that. Now, hamburgers, when it's like significantly outside, it's like a donut, but it's like out in Narnia mainly. Alternating line AoEs are called Gaias, and you can't convince me otherwise. Yeah, the reason why some players would get concerned about prog on Savage Fubuki is that it's the same thing as all the other stuff that I've talked about with, you know, there is no above average, there's only below average, there's only good enough and not good enough. Is that a lot of players may get this impression that they need to rush it. And that also means that, relatively speaking, there will be less players that even bother if they can't. And while saying this Savage Raid Tier is really easy, means that some players will be like, well, maybe I can do it too then. It might also mean that if they have trouble with M1S, they just go, well, guess I'm just garbage then. We have less players. Like, I just want to reiterate that we talked about the fight for like 15 minutes or something. Planned this and that. Pulled the boss once and went, wait, who baits first? Wipe. If you just went in blind and was like, well, it's not that hard. Oh, I can probably figure it out. You're probably going to wipe if you do that. And then you might feel bad. But I'm sure it's not so bad. The reason... The thing is... I talked about this for like 15 minutes earlier in the stream, but most of my raiding experience is from World of Warcraft. And basically nearly all of my raiding experience in Final Fantasy XIV has been static style. The vast majority of it. Which means that, from my perspective... I don't know how different this is going to look next week. But, well, let's say that... let's just say that... whoops. those of these that don't finish are probably still there next week. And it's late. And it's on Chaos. So it might be fine. But that is something to consider. Welcome back, Lexi. We decided to call it. We saw Raining Cats once, and we got the boss to like 30%. That was the record. Yeah. That was that. Finish the Obscure in your alt. Oh, nice. Well, you'll be welcome to, Lexi. I think I'm not sure what I'll do for like the rest. Like I'm not streaming more Savage this lockout. So just to be clear, that just if anyone here is like, well, I have to make sure I don't clear so I can go with Kai again. Next time we go on stream will be next week, and it will probably be on the Sunday. Because I have some family stuff. I'm not entirely sure if I'll be able to start the stream exactly on time. But it'll be on the Sunday instead. But I think we'll keep trying. I don't know if we'll like straight up go into M1S again, or if I'll have found a way to somehow find like randomly kick my way into M2S, and that's what we'll be doing. I don't know, but I have a feeling it'll be more M1S. And once I am a little bit more certain, I think what I'll try to do is I'll make it more clear on the Discord that like what spaces there are, like what seats there are, so that some people can plan around it and join, because that was also something that others mentioned that, oh, well, you could have asked beforehand, and then I'd known, and then I might have been better prepared. So maybe we'll do that. Like, I'll put up, like, a sort of, like, a looking for group post to say, okay, so we have these spots open, who wants to come? The requirement, of course, being that you watched a guide and you're ready to go. And preferably that you haven't cleared yet, both so that, like, on that character, so that we see all the loot. But that'll be Sunday next week. I don't know if I'll try to see if I can somehow sneak or clear this lockout. I'm not in any hurry. Haven't exactly needed the gear before. Anyway, now it's really late, so I think this is a good time to round off. If you enjoyed the company of me or the people in the chat, or maybe you even want to make sure you can see like that group post next time, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join. There you will find the weekly schedule that I usually update Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos and streams when I put them up. And if you go to the role assignments room, you can grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I do post a video or stream. You also get an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube stuff. That tells YouTube that this was an enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat, or if you don't like the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me directly, so that I can just focus on doing ridiculous stuff like streaming Savage Prog for 6 hours. As long as you enjoy it, I suppose. Yeah. that's all for me. I hope you enjoyed it very much. Good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.